First respondent absent. Electoral Commission. Dr. Kojo Farija. Presenting. Second respondent. Chairman. NDC. Johnson Asirin Ketia, General Secretary, representing the third respondent.
May it please my lords, I appear for the petitioners. With me, Ms. Gloria Kufu, Frank Davis, Alex Quino, Akoto Ampao, Kwame Akufu, Nana Asante Bedietu, Kweku Esirifi. My lords, the Esirifi is Asirifi. Godfrey Yeboadame, Egbert Fable Jr., and Professor Ken Ajimanatefa.
I appear for the President, the first respondent, with me, Dr. Basit Aziz Bamba.
May it please your lordships, I appear for the second respondent, and with me are my learned friends Anthony Darby, Stanley Amatefiu, and Frida Bruce Appiah, my lords.
If it pleases your lordships, I appear for the third respondent, and with me, My learned friend Samuel Pujo.
(10:30).
Yes, my lord.
We had directed or given advice that from last Friday that we're going on some kind of long back, so you use that to sort out yourselves. Or alternatively, 8:30 to 9:30, you do the sorting out.
That is correct.
Now, this has not happened, and we are starting at 10:30.
My lord, we were
And
ready.
If we want to make up time, then we'll be going for lunch very late. And personally, I don't want anybody to suffer from any cerebrospinal lungitis. So we have to manage things. Well, we'll see how things will go. At the end, we'll probably consult and come out with a definite directive. We are convinced that as the case goes on, we have inherent jurisdiction to issue as many practice directions as justice demands. So if we are given the field and it's not being taken, we'll put our feet down and direct so that the case goes on. With expedition, we don't want to obstruct anybody's case, but, let's play our roles. Yes.
My lord,
Before we go on,
we were.
Hold on, I think somebody is talking.
Counsel, before we go on, I wish to make an observation. And in doing this, I have the support of some of my colleagues. We all know that this is the first case that we're trying in this constitutional era. It's bound to come up with difficulties, challenges. But much as we are open to fair criticism, some of the criticisms are going beyond bounds. To describe judges as timid is not healthy for the administration of justice. We would like to urge you all to be circumspect in whatever you say. After all, some of the criticisms are good for the development of the law, but others tend to undermine the authority of the personality of the judges. Thank you.
My lord, I do not know specifically what you're referring to. I do not believe that any of my colleagues and I can be accused. You were not addressing me.
No. Counsel, because of the very partisan nature of this matter, we've tried, not the lawyers in court. For instance, when we delivered the Mona case, perhaps we were wrong. But that was our decision. But certain articles that were on the website describing the judges as timid, etc., it's not healthy for the development of the law. It is not proper. That's all we wish to say. We are reluctantly saying these things because we know of the responsibility that we all owe to the Ghanaian society. All of us, the legal system, to do this case in a manner that shows civility. And so please, we're urging you to be circumspect and use language that is civil, that shows some courtesy to the court. We have the authority to deal with people, but we don't want to. That is, in the days of old, the judges who were here were very assertive. It is not as though those powers have eroded over time, but we just want to do this work in a manner that at the end of the day, we will all say that we were healthy partners in bringing about justice to our people.
My lords, I may respectfully say that I share entirely the sentiments that you have expressed in relation to the responsibility that we all have, especially at the bar. And when I say especially at the bar, not just those who are formally mentioned as representing parties, but all of us who have any professional calling as lawyers, indeed, must respect that calling. And I completely share in that call for responsibility on the part of all of us. I may say that, unfortunately, as you have said yourself, my lord, there seems to be an extraordinary spirit of partisanship in respect of which these matters are being addressed. And we regard that as somewhat unhealthy. It is our respectful view that it is possible for these matters to be dealt with in a spirit even of disagreement, but of civil disagreement. And we will continue to abide by that. We also learned at the feet of very distinguished lawyers of the past who did teach us those lessons, and we hope we will live according to those traditions.
The advice is well taken, and I agree with the sentiments expressed by my learned senior. We think.
I also wish to confirm our entire agreement with the sentiments that have been expressed by your lordship.
In this case, Mr. Shikata speaks for me as well.
My lords, we would respectfully continue the cross-examination of the witness. We have made available the list of pink sheets in respect of which this further cross-examination continues. We've made it available to counsel for the petitioners, both inside and outside the courtroom. And I believe there's still a few they're going through, but if I may start with now, Dr. Baume, we're going to make available to you a list, and the first polling station on that list is a polling station D/A/primary. I'm sorry, D/A primary, spelled fully, primary, Boase, B-O-A-S-E. Now, Dr. Baumia, can you confirm that this sheet doesn't actually have an exhibit? Can you just confirm that this sheet doesn't have an exhibit number?
Yeah, there is no exhibit number at the top of the sheet, my lords.
There's no exhibit number at the top of the sheet.
Yes, my lords.
Is there an exhibit number anywhere?
No, I've not seen an exhibit number on it. It appears, I don't know, maybe photocopy.
There is no exhibit number. Is that not the case? Please, let's be quite direct about the facts.
No, there is no exhibit number. I've said so, my lords.
However, on that sheet, as well as on the repeated one attached, well, I'm finding difficult. That sheet, the top sheet, as well as the one attached, are repetitions of the same polling station. Is that not correct?
They are.
And if you go through that list that we have provided you, you will confirm that each single one of the sets of exhibits there has this repetition of polling stations. If you would go through that list and confirm that. My lords, the list is a list of... Okay, yes. No, it's not this. Can you borrow? The list is a list of 76.
comfort and our health, I think the air conditioner should be on. So if you are sitting under an air conditioner and you are feeling cold, you better shift to the middle side, and next time you come properly attired. Yeah, because sometimes when we come in here, we are suffocating and sweating because we are wearing extra clothing. So security man, don't disturb the court with these things. All the remote controls should come and be put here. If you are feeling cold, shift. And next time you dress properly and come to court and don't disturb us.
fill in the gap of time by saying this. It's somewhat surprising sometimes. Certain dissections are made of rulings and judgments which are not based on what actually takes place here. And the worrying thing is that some lawyers even do it. I mean, the last time somebody came here, Mekuji also, yes, and a number of objections were raised. But our ruling never threw him out on the basis that his motion was not supported by affidavit. Some lawyers have made submissions in extenso, both in the electronic and print media, chastising us, that it was a legal point, so affidavit wasn't called for. But I don't know whether they even saw the ruling. The ruling never threw him out on any such ground. So I'll appeal to the lawyers that they preserve the integrity of the process, go by the actual record of what takes place, apply for the certified true copy or something. Make sure that what you are saying is really what took place. And the journalists, if they don't understand, get across the lawyers. They will explain to you what is it that has happened. Some go and even quote certain dicta and which never took place. All these things are very fascinating. I mean, we want to be very liberal, but you see, too much liberality spoils things. An institution can be broken down through too much liberality. See, these things are for our own benefit. Let's preserve them.
confirm, Dr. Baumia, the duplications in respect of these exhibits listed 1 to 76?
Yes, my lords.
Now, I just want you to have a look again at the last two. In the case of the last but one, they're both manually generated, are they not?
Yes, my lord.
And in the case of the last one, are they also manually generated or electronically generated?
These are manually generated. They are exact photocopies of
Exact
each other.
photocopies, each manually generated.
Yes, my lord.
Now, and in each of them, as you went through, you could confirm that your polling agents were represented, were they not? And that they signed in each of them.
Yes, my lord.
Now, can you just read, and they didn't protest at the tally of votes that were declared at those polling stations?
No, my lords, there were no protests on the face of the pink sheet.
And the tally of votes as indicated on the pink sheets that you have, those last two on that list, can you go through them?
For Post Office Chiana, violations resulted in John Mahama 286, Henry Lati 4, Nana Akufo-Addo 10, Akwesi Ndum 3, Akwesi Odike 2, Hassan Ayaraga 46, Michael Abusakara 1, Jacob Osei Yabua 2.
And in the last one?
For Presby Primary Kabile, the violations resulted in John Mahama 226, Henry Lati 2, Nana Akufo-Addo 162, Akwesi Ndum 3, Akwesi Odike 2, Ayaraga Hassan 0, Michael Sakara Foster 2, Jacob Osei Yabua 0.
Now, Dr. Baumia, in respect of the first one that I showed you, recall you said there was no exhibit number either at the top or the bottom, anywhere on that pink sheet.
That's correct.
Right. Now, is there a reason, why an attachment to your affidavit would not have an exhibit number?
I'm surprised that it doesn't have an exhibit number. I don't have a reason that it doesn't.
But according to you, you deposed to the affidavit and these exhibits were attached in your presence.
That's what I'm saying, that I'm surprised that they are not. They seem to have been photocopied. And I don't know, maybe in the process of photocopying, an exhibit number may have been deleted from the top. But I don't know why they don't have exhibit numbers. They should.
Now, in that case, apart from the top, there was also no exhibit number where the Commissioner of Oaths is supposed to identify the exhibit.
That's correct, my lord.
So you can confirm that this happened in your presence?
Well, that's why I'm saying I don't know where the photocopying took place. These sheets appear to have been photocopied. They are identical. And I don't know whether the photocopying took place from our end or any other end. I don't know.
No, Dr. Baumia, you admitted that there is a stamp of a Commissioner for Oaths on that particular exhibit, did you not?
I do.
And in that stamp, there is no exhibit number.
I do. There isn't.
And you have told this court that it was in your presence that all the stamping was done.
But I'm saying that I don't know why there are no exhibit numbers on these forms. They appear to have been photocopied.
Now, We are going to show you another lot of exhibits. I'm sorry. Well, we have the list. We'd like to tender the list. Duplicates, repeated pink sheets. And as I indicated, the number 1 on that pink sheet is actually not even identified by exhibit number anywhere else. But we're tendering the duplicate pink repeated. Yeah. No, it's only the number 1, number 1 on the list. That does not have an exhibit number at all. The others have exhibit numbers, but there is a repetition of the same exhibit by just duplication. And there are stamps of the Commissioner for Oaths before whom these were sworn, before whom the affidavit was sworn.
My lords, we have no objection.
We have no objection.
And my lords, we have no objection.
We're going to provide you another list. Do we have the list? I have the list. What's the first one? The first one on that list is Exhibit MB-H -828, MB-H-828, Pandos Senior High School. And this is a list of 38. And I'd like you to confirm that list and those exhibits before you are duplicated, with the difference this time that the exhibit numbers are different. In other words, there's a duplicate, a different exhibit number. We've dealt with some of this previously, but this will be a final list in respect of that batch. So the difference from what we dealt with earlier this morning is that you will see that in the set, the exhibit numbers are different, but it's exactly the same polling station. We'd like you to confirm that, and also, as you go through, confirm your polling agent's certification at the back.
Made reference to exhibit MB-H-828, Pando Senior High School.
That is correct. That is
you ask a specific question in relation to that, or
yes,
related to all the others?
In relation to that and all the others. I'm sorry. In relation to that and all the others, what I'm asking him to confirm is that they are duplications in respect of the same polling station,
but with
the difference that
exhibit numbers.
Exactly, my lord.
Very well.
Yes.
part of the life delicacy. It's not allowed.
Dr. Baume, are you able to confirm the duplications?
Yes, I am.
And this was the first one on the list. Are you able to confirm that in respect of all these exhibits, your polling agents certified the results declared at the polling station?
I'm able to confirm that our polling stations are tested to the information on the pin sheet.
Your polling agents?
Yes.
Whether they were duplicated with different exhibit numbers in respect of the same polling station. Has that been answered? I thought that was the first question. Has he answered that one?
Yes, he did. He did answer. He said yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, my lord.
The duplication.
Well,
my lord, I started off my question about this list by indicating the category that we're dealing with. And the category is a category where there is duplication, but with difference in the exhibit numbers. That was what I opened when I first gave So what I'm asking him, and for the avoidance of doubt, I may ask it again. Are you able to confirm that in respect of each one of these exhibits, there is duplication, and the duplicated copy has a different exhibit number? Are you able to confirm both of those statements?
Yes, I'm able to confirm. And for the avoidance of doubt, none of these were used twice in the analysis. It's only used once.
And I was then asking you about your polling agent's certification. You are able to confirm, are you not, that in respect of each one, the polling agents certified the results declared at that polling station?
In respect of each one, the MPP agent attested to the information contained in the pink sheet.
And there was no protest from your agent in respect of the declaration of the results?
No, there was no protest on the face of the pink sheet from our agent or from any other agent.
Now, would you read to the court the votes declared at that first set of exhibits that I provided you?
This is Pando Senior High. So, result of the overvoting: John Mahama 391, Henry Latte 0, Nana Akufo-Addo 46, Park Sindum 4, Akwesi Odike 1, Ayaraga Hassan 0, Michael Abufok Sakara 0, Jacob Osei Yeboah 0.
Now, Dr. Baumia, you also observe on that first sheet, do you know, that in respect of the box in which the Commissioner for Oaths was required to put in an exhibit number, there is no exhibit number?
I can confirm that, my lords.
And Dr. Baumia, this all happened, according to you, in your presence. Is that not correct?
Yes, I was present when they were doing all of these photocopying. I wasn't there physically at every second of the day as he stamped through and signed, but for the most part, I was there when he was signing.
You were not there all the time. Is that now what you're saying to us?
No. I'm just saying that I cannot say that I was there every time he was stamping. But as far as signing was concerned, I was there when he was signing.
Are you saying you signed before the stamping took place or after?
No, the stamping was taking place not just by the Commissioner of Oaths. He had assistants, and they stamped a lot of these sheets.
Yes, but how was that synchronized with your signature? Because you just told us that you were not there when they were stamping. You were not there all the time when they were stamping.
But I'm just saying that when he was, the Commissioner of Oaths was signing, I was
there. When the Commissioner for Oaths was signing,
no, I'm just saying
you were there.
Yeah, for the most part, I think so, yes.
No, you just said when the Commissioner for Oaths was signing, I was there. I just want you to confirm that's what you said.
Yes, as I said, as I was there, he was stamping, which is essentially what his signature is. But I was talking about in terms of putting the exhibit numbers in the column there, But I was there when he was signing, yes. And
did you say that stamping is what his signature is?
Pretty much, I think, in terms of not the affidavit, but for the exhibits, yeah.
You mean he didn't actually sign? He just had...
He did. That's what I'm saying, that there are some that we've seen that he hasn't signed, as you've seen in there with the exhibit number. There are some that haven't been signed. But for those that were signed, I was there.
And for those that were not signed, you were not there?
No, that's what I'm saying, that I didn't notice they were not signed, and I told you that much earlier on.
So neither you nor your team checked on these exhibits that you were attaching to your affidavit being done properly? Neither
we checked, my lords, and I assumed that they were all, as far as I could tell, they were all done properly.
And you've told the court earlier also about what you described as mislabelings and so on?
Yes, I did.
Which you did not notice before?
Yes, my lord.
And you know, Dr. Baumia, as you will have noticed, we're not dealing with just 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. We're dealing with a lot of
We're dealing with over...
Can you let me finish my question? We're dealing with a lot of these irregularities in your exhibits attached to your pink sheets, are we not?
Oh, we are dealing with a lot of mislabelings, but in the context of over 11,824 pink sheets, which were copied 16 times, with many, almost 22,000 because of 2 pages, over almost 500,000 documents. I say that, relatively speaking, what you have produced is not that significant.
You know, Doctor... Dr. Baumia, I'm suggesting to you that about 70% of the attachments that you have provided and that we have been served with do not have the exhibit number in the box where the Commissioner of Oaths signed.
That I cannot tell.
You cannot tell. And I'm suggesting to you that these irregularities, these duplications, mean that what you have submitted to this court is a jumble of paper with mislabelings, with duplications, and sometimes even quadruplications, as we have seen. You produce a jumble of paper.
No, we have submitted concrete evidence, 11,842 sheets plus, if you consider that there were some which may have been duplicated.
Are you saying that there were 11,042 sheets that you submitted as attachments to your exhibit? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, my lord.
You didn't submit 11,916?
No. In the further and better particulars, my lord.
Can you just answer my question? You did not submit 11,916.
No, my lord.
So you wait for my next question.
No, I want to explain.
You wait for my next question because your answer is no, and you need to understand what I'm asking you in order to... You said you did not submit 11,916 polling stations.
I'm saying that the further and better particulars...
My lords, counsel cannot truncate the answer. The witness has not finished answering the question, and he's truncated it. Wait till he finishes, then you can ask your next question. Please allow him the chance to answer fully.
My lords, with the greatest respect, when there's a question which requires a yes or a no answer, you answer according to the question and wait for the next question. He said no, he did not supply 11,916. I want to press him in relation to that. I don't want to get into a digression, which he's fond of, because we need to get to the bottom of this matter. You did not submit 11,916.
No, my lords, we did not. The further and better particulars, my lords, we submit.
In what?
Pink sheets, yes, polling station pink sheets.
The further and better particulars, my lord, that was requested and that was granted by this court, asked us to produce.
This question, is it ambiguous to you?
No, I'm just saying that the further and better particulars we provided was 11,842 polling stations, and those were the pink sheets that we provided to this court.
You know, Dr. Baumia, you're not telling the truth in respect of some important things. Let me just take your mind back. When the court ordered pink sheets, or when the court ordered further and better particulars to be provided, at that stage, your case, as reflected in your amended petition, was that there were irregularities, violations, malpractices, and so on in 11,916 polling stations. Is that not correct?
That is correct, my
And
lord.
the order of the court was in respect of providing further and better particulars for 11,916 polling. That was the order of the court. Do you recall?
I recall, and we provided for 11,842.
You did not provide, that's why I asked you the question, you did not provide.
We provided for
pink sheets.
11,000.
You did not provide pink sheets in respect of the 11,916 polling stations, which were the subject matter.
This is the third or fourth time this question is being asked. It's been answered. And when the witness goes on, then you don't want to hear what he has to say. But this is about the fourth time you're asking this same question about 11,916 pink sheets. It's been answered.
My lords, I'm asking this question because the witness tries to create confusion about the answer that he gives. He does not give a straightforward yes or no answer. He then moves into something else which creates confusion in respect of that, and we need to clear that, my lords.
Let's go over the immediate last questions. Did you submit 11,916 polling stations pink sheets? And your answer was that the further and better particulars were 8,000 something.
11,842.
11,842.
Yes, my lord.
In respect of those, you provided the pink sheets.
Yes, my lord.
And then, okay, right.
And I went on to indicate that he was aware that the order of the court, at the time the further and better particulars were ordered by the court, the order of the court was for 11,916, and he said he was aware of that.
Actually, the order of the court was for 4,709. It was our initiative to provide 11,842.
My lord, the witness said earlier that he was aware that the order of the court was to provide 11,916. He now says that the order of the court was to provide 4,709.
Yeah, that's what I recollect now.
That's what you recollect now. Very well. 709. Now, of course, that's not true. Now, it
is.
Now, you see, Now, you see, knowing that the court had ordered that pink sheets in respect of the polling stations where you were alleging irregularity were concerned, I'm suggesting to you that you piled up duplications in order to mislead the court into believing that there were, in fact, more pink sheets than you actually had in support of your affidavit.
That is totally wrong, my lords, for a number of reasons. First of all, my lords, we provided further and better particulars consistent with paragraph 6A and B of the first respondent's request for further and better particulars, paragraph 9, and paragraph 10 of the first respondent's request for further and better particulars. We also provided in respect of the second respondent's request for better and further particulars, paragraph the data in respect of paragraph 20, ground 2 of our petition.
You see, I'm not talking about your further and better particulars. I'm talking about your exhibits attached to your affidavit.
I'm answering you.
You're taking
just listen to the answer.
You're not answering my question, and I have to
you will
insist.
find out very soon. I'm answering it. So we provided these further and better particulars with details of everything about each of the polling stations, the votes allocated, and so on. This could not have been picked from thin air if we didn't have the pink sheets. If we wanted to pad, then we have 24,000 pink sheets. Why go and duplicate? So we provided the further and better particulars. They have them. And it is very clear that they haven't challenged one. When we provided the further and better particulars, my lords, they said that we had not provided sufficient, that we were double counting. They have them. They should confront us in court with it to show that we were double counting. It was the same claim, and they are making the same claim with respect to the pink sheets here again. And so I am saying that we have provided consistent with the further and better particulars, the pink sheets.
These your political speeches don't impress anybody. Just stick to the questions that deal. You know, you can make them at your rallies, but in court, we have to deal with the issues that you are alleging in this court. We have to deal with those issues. Now, can you concentrate for a moment on your exhibits? I'm suggesting to you that you duplicated and sometimes even quadruplicated these exhibits to give the impression of more than 11,000 pink sheets, when in fact you did not have that number.
No, my lord.
My lord, this question has been answered.
It's been answered. Have done our checks with our records, and we are very confident. We have delivered 11,842 pink sheets. We are only relying on 11,138 now, and notwithstanding the duplications, we've only used one of these pink sheets in the analysis.
Now, of course, the simple way of confirming or denying what you're claiming is to count the number of pink sheets that you've attached as exhibits to your affidavit. Is that not correct? That's the simple way of...
It is. I think we talked earlier on about an audit, and we look forward to that.
Now, my lords, we would like to tender the list of duplications numbered 1 to 38, which we have just dealt with.
My lords, we have no objection.
Lords, we have no objection.
My lords, we have no objection.
It's marked exhibit NDC
Okay. Can you bring me what they've looked at?
Now, we'll remind you that the question of duplicating pink sheets in order to mislead the court has been put to him severally. So if that line can be, rested, yes.
Now, there's a list, a new list of exhibits that we have shown to your counsel, and we are going to show to you. And the first one in that list is Odikro's house.
How many are they?
My lords, the list is numbered 1 to 183. 1 to 183. Some have been deleted. The process is still going on, apparently. But I thought we should start so that we do not waste your time. It's listed 1 to 183. We'll indicate those that are deleted, and we'll indicate why. The first one. Now, Dikro's house is the first one here.
Odikro house.
Yes, Odikro's house.
Odikro's house.
Now, I'd like you to look at this exhibit. And at the top of it, you notice there is an exhibit number that has been cancelled. Do you not?
Yes, my lord.
And that appears to be, can you read that? What is cancelled?
It appears to be MBK514.
MBK514. Is that what you read?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. It looks like a K.
And
or an L.
You're not sure yourself. That's
okay.
Fine. Yeah, but that has been deleted. It's been deleted. And then above it, there is another exhibit number which has been sort of truncated.
Yeah, this appears to have been photocopied. This is what I'm saying. We've seen a lot of this photocopying in these exhibits, and so I'm not quite sure where it is.
Do you see a Commissioner for Oaths signature?
Yes, my lord.
And is that the Commissioner of Oaths before whom you swore to the affidavit?
Yes, my lord.
What was your answer?
I said yes, my lord.
Now, so photocopy or not photocopied as you claim, this is one of the exhibits that you attached to your affidavit. Is that not right?
That's correct.
And are you able to assess what that exhibit number that appears to be truncated is?
No, my lord.
You can't. That's fair enough. Now, I'm going to give you in order to make this matter, put this matter beyond any dispute, I'm going to give you the second on that list, and then we can have a conversation. It's MB-H-142, I believe. And perhaps you can read out, just confirm the exhibit number at the top that you see.
I think it's MBS, I think 192 or something. Yeah.
Okay, 192. And the polling station,
it was a 670. I think there's a line in the 670. MBS 670 is cancelled. There's a 192 on top of it, but it's not clear.
the polling station,
TB Bomb.
the polling station,
TB Bomb Bomb.
TB Bomb Bomb, okay. Now, so you are clear about the exhibit number on the top, are you not? In this case, you're very clear about this.
I'm not, because there's MBS, there's a 670, there's a 192 written on top, and it's not clear how the two are related.
This is your exhibit,
Yeah.
not mine.
Yeah.
And you were there when it was being attached. I wasn't there.
What was in the exhibit number is 670.
Now, so on the top is exhibit MB-S something. You're not clear what
there's
the
a
S.
670 is a cancellation, and there's a 192 or 142 above it.
Above it. Now, can you confirm that in the Commissioner for Oaths stamp, he refers to a different exhibit number?
He refers to the 670 that was cancelled, yeah.
So there is a discrepancy between the exhibit number at the top and the exhibit number that is in the Commissioner for Oaths.
That's what I'm saying. It's not clear what the relationship is. Maybe he thought it was still the same 670. I cannot speak for that.
Dr. Baumia, it is clear that the two numbers are different, is it not?
Yes, I'm just saying that there's an MBS 670, and it appears cancelled. One doesn't know whether you are dealing with a 7, the cross of the 7 going across, or it's just the 670 or 192, but he has maintained 670, so we cannot really, unless he's here to confirm exactly what he meant, I cannot tell.
So on the face of this exhibit, we cannot tell whether there's a discrepancy or not. Is that your suggestion?
I'm just saying that if I had to go, I would go with the 670, because that is what is clear on the face of the pink sheet.
Now, you see, Dr. Baumia, I want you to be fairly straightforward with this court. In the box where the Commissioner for Oath stamp is, what is the number there?
670, my lord.
Now, earlier on, you said at the top 670 is cancelled.
Yeah,
Did you not say that?
Appears cancelled, but I'm not sure. That's what I'm saying. There's a 192 on top, and I don't know how the two relate. It says 7, and where the 7 is crossed goes in between the 6 and the 7. So I'm not sure if he's cancelling or he's just putting something on top. I don't know.
Dr. Baumia, this is your exhibit.
Yes.
So we really need to depend on you to tell us some very straightforward
Right, and this is why I'm saying that when I look at the exhibit, I'll stick with the 670.
You will stick with the 670, which has been crossed at the top.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm saying. There's a 7, and it's put a line on the 7. Whether it has been cancelled or not, I don't know what the Commissioner of Oaths was intending at that point. But he's put the 670 in his the exhibit number. So.
And this numbering of exhibits was done in your presence?
Oh, the numbering, not all the numbering was done in my presence. A lot of different groups were doing numbering of exhibits. I wasn't present in the numbering of all the exhibits.
So you're not able to tell us anything beyond the observations that you're making on the face of the document.
Yes, my lord.
But presumably other people who else were there?
There were many people who were there.
Yeah, like who? Because maybe we'll need to call them to tell us, to explain to us who else were there.
There were tons of people. I can't remember everybody, but there was a lot of people.
Yes, you can
helping
remember.
us.
Can you remember 2 or 3 or 4?
In terms of helping us to do that, Akoto Ampao, for example, was around helping us to put these together. Gloria Kufu was around.
And who else?
My team was also around.
My lord, so what's the relevance of these questions? I'm sorry, Lord.
Now, can you explain the irrelevance? Can you demonstrate the irrelevance? If you can demonstrate, to uphold it, but I don't see.
The people who were present who stamped these documents is relevant?
Well, anyway, it's your case.
My lord, is very clearly relevant. The witness is telling us, and quite differently from earlier evidence, he's telling us that in respect of some of these numbers and so on, he himself cannot explain them. If he cannot explain them, I mean, we have to have recourse to other possibilities, and that has to be who else was present. My lords, this matter of who was present with the swearing of the exhibits, the swearing of the affidavit is going to be very important in our submission legally. I do not need to say more than that at this stage, because these irregularities that we are finding on the face of the exhibits have a lot of significance.
Is counsel addressing the court?
And can you shut up?
I thought you're supposed to be cross-examining the witness.
I can. Yes. Can you let me finish, my lord? It's clear that if there were other people,
My lords, these rude words that counsel has been using, we're capable of reply, and I think that the court should call on him to use more decorous language and withdraw. We're capable of replying it. You should know that.
Lords, these interruptions are really unnecessary, and I think they're very trying.
All right. Please, let's go back to the rules of the game. All complaints should be addressed to the bench for appropriate redress. Okay. Yes.
Now, my lords, my submission is that it's very relevant. It is very relevant to know who was present at the swearing of the affidavit.
Lords,
it's extremely relevant.
We complain about the indecorous language used by counsel. Is he withdrawing, or he wants to go on without withdrawing? This has been going on for some time.
Look, let's make progress. What I've said wipes the evens, the slate, and we proceed from there. All right, this is what we have done. Will you keep quiet? Proceed. Yes.
Now, my submission is that it's extremely relevant to know who were present, and we are asking these questions in order to get to the truth of this matter. The witness is not telling the truth.
Could you elaborate on,
Lord,
the relevancy so that we rule
Lord,
on this?
My lords, it is with respect relevant because the witness himself claims that he is unable to explain what he can see on the face of the document which he has attached as an exhibit. He's testified that there were other people who were there helping. And my lords, we need to know who those other people were, because
anybody else, you have to go on like that.
My lord.
I think you said, can you name 2 or 3? that one is on record. And he's named 2. So,
My
who
Lord,
else?
he went on to add that his team were also there. My Lord, this is important because it is possible for some members, some of those present, to be asked to testify to the truth of what happened there, especially when our legal submissions in respect of these discrepancies become clear. Well, my lords, 2 people may not be enough because, I mean, if you have a situation in which there's supposed to be a lot of people and it's a question of the testimony of some being challenged by the testimony of others, we need to probe a bit more, because we're coming into a situation where there will be issues of credibility of some as against others, because this witness is making some important claims about exhibits which are before this court. He is saying he's trying to look at certain numbering as the correct numbering. He cannot explain other numbering, which is so. My lords, these are very relevant questions.
My Lord, the witness has already indicated to the court that the Commissioner for Oaths had assistants who were helping with stamping of the documents and so on. Now, asking the witness to tell you which of his legal team was present and what took place, there has been a ruling on this matter with respect to privilege, and he keeps going there, trying to find out the interactions that the witness has had with his legal team. We have raised an objection here, which has been upheld, and I do not see the relevance of who was present when this thing was done. What is the relevance?
Maybe. Yes. Well, I think it is clearly relevant so that no excuse is given about what they call quality control. When you are in this court making allegations on the face of pink sheets, and you are confronted with your own irregularities on the pink sheet, and you are pushing the buck to third parties, I think it's clearly relevant to test, one, whether you are telling the truth, who those third parties are, and if possible, call them. And the quality of those third people will also be part of the weight that should be attached to those irregularities on the face of their own pink sheets.
Was that a response on behalf of the third respondent?
Actually, yes.
I don't think the objection was raised.
Not on behalf, but I'm part of this suit. I am part of this suit,
Counsel. Are you now acting
Counsel.
for the third respondent?
Counsel.
Are you now acting for the third respondent?
Counsel, may I respectfully? Look, maybe let him finish and then I can respond.
Please, the directive we gave that you play the game according to the rules.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, because I was wondering in which capacity he's responded to the arguments, whether he's representing the third respondent, because we know him in this court as representing first respondent. So we need clarity on that. Is an objection to the third respondent?
My Lord, Counsel is not suggesting that I'm opposing the third respondent. If he's not, I think it's clear that I represent a party in this case, and that, as your lordships had earlier determined, objections may be overruled or sustained, and on appeal, parties can, as it were, raise arguments about whether or not those were correctly done. It's in that respect that your lordships ruled earlier that any of the parties who are represented by a lawyer, in fact, the lawyers can have an input into objections as and when they are raised.
Well, this ruling, the objection of the petitioners is sustained insofar as questions relating to who of their legal team were present are concerned. The intervention of Tonelita regarding the objection of the petitioners to Chachu Chikata's question on grounds of relevancy is the intervention of Tonelita regarding the objection of the petitioners to Chachu Chikata's question on grounds of relevancy is disallowed. Okay. Yes. That's what you said.
You mean he can intervene? That is it. So now it's correct.
So what is the difference? Yes. Can we continue?
So Tonelita, we are saying you have no right to intervene. That's what. And now it's made a fact. You have no right to intervene. Yes. As counsel.
Yes. Go on.
Order in court.
Now, you mentioned two members of your legal team. There were some members of your non-legal team, were there not?
Yes, my lords.
Can you name 4 of those who were present?
4.
Yes.
Johnny, Emmanuel.
Johnny who?
Atefa. Emmanuel, I don't know his surname actually.
Johnny Atefa.
Yeah.
Emmanuel, whose surname I do not know.
Yeah,
yes.
Then Ronald, I actually don't know his surname.
Ronald, did you say Ronald?
Ronald, yes. And Harry. I think
whose surname you don't know either?
Yes, I'm not quite sure of the surnames, but these are part of the team. I said Johnny, Atefa, Ronald, Harry, and Emmanuel.
And as you indicated, all of them were helping to put together your exhibits.
Yes, my lords.
And in respect of the exhibit that we were dealing with, if you can just mention the exhibit number. The exhibit number in the Commissioner for Oath's signature was, in respect of that exhibit?
Yeah, I think it's MBS 670.
In respect of MBS 670, the number that is not cancelled at the top is different from the number that you have just read in the Commissioner for.
Yes, my lords.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to give you a number of others.
But as I said, I'm not sure if the 670 is cancelled. Yes, get me clear. It appears, but I'm not sure.
Now, can you just have a look at this exhibit MB-S-194? MB-S-194.
Yes, my lords.
Can you read the exhibit number at the top?
It's MB-S-194.
You're clear about that, are you not?
Well, there's an MB-K-672, But that also appears cancelled, and you have MB-S-194.
When you say it appears cancelled, you mean there is a line drawn through it?
Yes, my lord.
So it is, in fact, cancelled.
It appears so.
Now, when you look in the Commissioner for Oaths box, there is a different exhibit number, is there not?
It is the exhibit number that appears cancelled. It is MB-K-672.
So you can see clearly there's a discrepancy between the exhibit number at the top and the one in the Commissioner for Oaths. Can you?
They appear so.
Now, I'm going to give you a number of other pink sheets which have that. Some are still being examined by your counsel, and we can go through. If you would just look at the one that is before you now, is it Nayugu? No, you finish with these. Nayugu, you can put them on the side. Yeah. The one that is before you, the next one before you is Nayugu, is that correct? Is that the one we just dealt with?
That's correct.
That's right. So move to the next one, Busunu St. Peter's, is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you read the exhibit number at the top?
It's MB-S-671. The 671 appears cancelled, and it's 193.
So the number at the top that is not cancelled is MBS 193.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct, my lord.
MBS 193 is not cancelled, and that is the number at the top. And the number in the Commissioner for Oaths box, the stamp, where the stamp of the Commissioner for Oaths is, what is that number?
MB-K-671.
That is clearly a different number.
Yes, it's what was there before the 193 was put in. Yeah.
And if you just take the number, the next one, Destiny Primary, Buya. Can you read? Can you read the number of the exhibit at the top that is not cancelled?
MB-S-197.
And can you read the number that is in the Commissioner for Oaths stamp?
MB-K-674, which is what was cancelled at the top.
Now, is the next one the RC Church, Domfete?
Yes, my lords.
And can you read the number at the top, the exhibit number at the top?
MB-S-48.
And the number in the Commissioner for Oaths stamp?
It's MB-K-541, which was cancelled at the top.
And the next one is Baba JG. Is it not? Baba JG, J-E-J-I.
Yes, my lords.
And the exhibit number at the top is?
There's one which was cancelled, which was MB-K-506, and then there's a replaced with MB-S-12.
And the exhibit number in the Commissioner for Oaths stamp is?
MB-K-506, what was cancelled before.
that not a sign of confusion in your exhibits?
Yeah, I mean, there's a discrepancy, I can say, between what is at the top and what is in the Commissioner of Oaths stamp, yeah. There is.
And the next one you have, as we wait for the completion of your council's review, is Myhong Barracks, Apremdu. Is that right?
Yes, it is, my lord.
And the number at the top is exhibit MBS-300.
Yes, my lord.
And the number in the Commissioner for Oaths stamp is?
MB-S-770. Initially at the top it was 770 and appears cancelled and replaced with 300.
And you're saying that there, in the Commissioner for Oaths box, it is MB-K-770. Is that not so?
That's correct, yeah.
Now, have a look at your affidavit dated 7th April 2013. And I may ask my learned friends perhaps to make available their copy to the witness for the avoidance of doubt. 7th of April 2013. The affidavit of 7th of April 2013.
I have it.
I'm sorry.
I have it.
For the avoidance of doubt. Okay, the witness seems to have a copy, so we will. Now, before I refer you to a paragraph of your affidavit, can you just confirm the number in the stamp of the Commissioner for Oaths, please?
MB-K-770.
770. Is that correct? 770.
That's correct, my lord.
Okay. Now, I'm having a hard time and I need your help. The 7 MB-S 770, I don't seem to find it in your affidavit.
You mean,
Can you
you mean K?
Can you? I'm sorry.
K? It's K in there.
It's K.
Yeah.
Okay, it is K. So MB-K-770. I'm not able to find it in your affidavit because when I look at 51, and it may just be my poor eyes, but if you look at paragraph 51, where you deal with the K series, is K1 to K70. Is that correct?
That is correct.
K1 to K70.
That is correct.
Is there an exhibit K770 in your affidavit?
No, I'm not aware of that. This is why I think this was changed from MB K770 to MBS 300.
So you're saying that what is in the Commissioner for Oath stamp does not reflect any exhibit in your series. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that if it's 770, it's not part of the K series. We have K1 to 70. The S is MBS, I think should be what is, if you look at this.
We'll come to S later, Dr. Bawumia.
No signature.
Take your time. We'll come to S, no problem. Just let's deal with K for the moment. There is no 770 in your
That's correct.
affidavits. And what is in the Commissioner for Oaths stamp does not reflect any exhibit of yours. Is that correct?
Yeah, it does not reflect the K series. But what the exhibit number on the top is MBS 300.
Now, I'm going to ask you to look at the rest that you have as we still await your counsel. And, I mean, there are a number of different things we need to look at here. So, my lords, today is going to take a bit of time. I'm going to ask you to look at the fact that there is a difference between what is at the top by way of exhibit number and what is in the Commissioner for Oath stamp.
That's correct.
That's one thing. And then I'm also going to ask you, wherever you have the K series, to look at the number that, wherever you have the K series in the Commissioner for Oaths box, to look at the number and to see whether it reflects. And so, my lords, I think we need to take this one by one, because with respect, that is the only way that the witness can speak to the point and address the matter.
Yes, so we break at it. Well, since this exercise is going to be seriatim, and time is fast spent. We'll take our lunch break and then come to continue. So 1 hour as usual. Don't duplicate it. It's 1 hour.
My lords, I appreciate the situation we're in. I am a bit concerned, however, that this is an issue in respect of which the witness really should have no discussion with anybody prior to returning to give evidence. And my lords, this is a normal process in relation to witnesses not having the benefit of other people's advice and so on in connection with a matter like this. My lords, I mean,
well, I'm not sure that applies to counsel.
My lords, it does apply to counsel as well, because, my lords, counsel, in fact, that is the most significant intervention that cannot be allowed. Because, my lords, when a witness is in the witness box, counsel cannot advise him about his answers in the witness box.
Yes, but,
and therefore,
when we break, is he still in the box?
Yes, my lords, he is still in the box. And your lordships, in order to protect the situation, your lordships, as you have rightly indicated in relation to other matters, your lordships have the ability to control the situation such that we do not have a prejudicing of my cross-examination. But I mean, we'll abide by your lordship's directives.
Okay. Yeah, what he's saying is applying that there should be no.
My Lord, shall I make it clear that I'm not asking him to continue sitting where he is? That's not what I'm asking for, yeah.
We have been pulled his presence during the break. But we are conferring on, let me be clear that we are saying that during the break he should not have interaction with his counsel.
That is correct.
Yeah, that's what I'm conferring over.
For the purposes of his continuing evidence, that's correct, yeah. Not only not have interaction with his lawyer, but with any other person. That's why normally when witnesses are giving evidence, they say that other witnesses should be out of hearing. So there shouldn't be interaction with other witnesses either.
We are limiting ourselves to the issue of counsel. As for the interaction with others, it's certainly out of the way.
Very well.
Yes.
I've got permission of my learned colleagues that he may confer with me if he wishes.
On this issue.
Well, the witness has been called Dr. Pink Sheet. He's an expert. We don't need to talk to him about these pink sheets. He knows what to say. We don't have any problem with it. If he doesn't want us to talk to him, we have no problem with it. I think he's very capable of answering any question that counsel has for him.
Very well. Okay. Yeah. So you've understood the position. You don't. Well, they are not going to interact with you. And you don't interact with the public too. It's a difficult situation, but well, That is it. It's part of the legal process. Yeah. Yeah, so 1 hour from now, it's 7 minutes to 1. We'll take it that we broke at 1. So we are resuming at 2 on the debt. Okay.
Well, can he talk to his fellow petitioners?
Okay. Well, if he cannot communicate with you, then what is he going to communicate with? Yeah, it's in the box, so that is it. Yeah.
Sequestrated. No, find out from the court.
My Lord, is a witness sequestrated? Does it mean he has to remain in his seat? Oh, okay, very well. So he's free to move about, except he cannot talk to us.
What is, we've been doing this case not just today. Normally, I think, what happens normally, doesn't he?
What happens normally is that we don't even get to talk to him. He goes downstairs.
No. I mean, this question of sequestration, I don't think it has ever arisen.
No.
Yes, so that is that. Yes.
Very well.
Yes.
All right.
And in those exhibits, as we have been observing, there is a number, an exhibit number at the top, underneath. An exhibit number at the top, which is different from the exhibit number that is in the Commissioner for Oaths stamp. And I drew your attention also to an exhibit number in the Commissioner of Oaths stamp, MBK 770, I believe, which you indicated was not in your exhibit as indicated in your affidavit. So what I'd like you to do now is going through the remainder of what is in that list And that list, I believe your counsel have had a chance to go through. It is a list numbered 1 to 183 with some deletions, and we'll come to the deletions later. But if you would please go through that list and confirm that the exhibit number at the top is different from what is in the Commissioner for Oath stamp. I think if we can take that, and then the other question will follow so as to avoid any confusion.
Yes, my lords. The exhibit number at the top indicates an exclusive no signature category. Initially, it was labeled K, which was a category of no signature and overvoting. So subsequently, the overvoting was cancelled and only no signature is appearing. But the correction was not made in the Commissioner of Oath stamp. So these are relating to no signatures in our petition.
Now, my question was, can you confirm that the exhibit number at the top is different? The exhibit number that you put, you and your team, you put on the top of that exhibit is different from what is in the Commissioner of Oath's box?
Yes, I can
you
confirm.
You can confirm. And can you confirm that in respect of each?
Let me go through.
Can I have the list? The list. Are you able to confirm in respect of each of these pink sheets that you have looked at, which you have exhibited as attachments to your affidavit, are you able to confirm that there is a different exhibit number at the top and the Commissioner for Oaths has indicated another exhibit number?
Yes, I'm able to confirm that the initial exhibit number was in a category K that was subsequently changed to S, and therefore it wasn't changed in the Commissioner of Oaths stamp, so there's a discrepancy. But the proper category for all of these is no signature, exclusive, no signature.
Now, on the face of the exhibits as they are, we cannot tell that.
Well, on the face of it, on the top, the exhibit number is MBS. In the Commissioner of Oaths stamp, it's MBK, but the proper place
what I'm
for
saying
it
that
is
on the face
MBS.
of it, on the face of it, there is confusion to anybody looking at it on the face of it.
Yes, anybody without the further and better particulars maybe, but anybody with the further and better particulars, there should not be any confusion.
Now, you will also observe that in those exhibits, there is reference made to a number of MBK 770, 760, 761, 765. You can confirm that, can't you?
Yes,
you observe that?
That there is an MBK which was erroneously put there, as I said. These exhibits properly belong in the MBS category.
And what the Commissioner of Oaths identified, the category that the Commissioner of Oaths identified is materially different from the category at the top of the exhibit.
This is what I said, yes.
It is materially different.
Yes, it is different.
And therefore, without the explanation that you're proffering to this court, without that, there is confusion in respect of those exhibits.
No, there's no confusion. If you have the further and better particulars, you will know there is no confusion.
Now, there will be confusion because Exhibit 770, for instance, or Exhibit 765, MBK 760, is not indicated either in your further particulars or further and better particulars or in your affidavit.
Yes,
those exhibit categories are nowhere in your further and better particulars.
Yes, but if you look at the pink sheet, you'll see that there is no signature. And if you look at the MBS series, you realize that this is where it belongs, within the affidavit.
You see, the point of your affidavit evidence and the reason why the court ordered that affidavits should be used to testify in this case is to enable all of us in the court to know exactly what your case is. You're aware of that?
Agreed.
Now, can you you can see the number of exhibits in which the Commissioner of Oaths reference is to a non-existent number. You can go through it yourself and let the court know
this is what I'm saying.
Respects in which there is a non-existent exhibit number in the Commissioner of Oaths stamp. The Commissioner of Oaths stamp states an exhibit number which does not exist according to your categorization.
Yes, according to our categorizations, it does not exist. The K category was overvoting along with no signature. But this set of exhibits only deals with no signature. And this is why the explanation is necessary to clear any confusion in your mind.
Now, as I said, can you go through that list and you can see the number of exhibits in respect of which the Commissioner of Oaths has, in the box with the Commissioner of Oaths stamp, there is an exhibit number that does not exist in your affidavit?
Yes, there is an exhibit number that doesn't, but at the top of the sheet.
Can you go through the number and let this court know?
You have 183 here with some cancellations. There was only one, which was 112, Catholic Primary School, Wamasu, where there was a consistency between the stamp and what was on top of the form. There was only one. But other than that, there is a difference between what was on the form at the top, which we properly labeled as S, and what was in the Commissioner of Oaths stamp.
Now, I was referring to what is in your affidavit. That you have confirmed in respect of one of the exhibits that Exhibit 770 is not an exhibit, MBK 770 is not an exhibit in your affidavit. And I'm simply asking you to indicate in that list the other exhibits that are not in your affidavit, the other exhibit numbers that are not in your affidavit, numbered Exhibit MBK 765, MBK 771, and so on. Can you see them?
Well, yes. I'm just saying that each of these pink sheets has two exhibit numbers. One which was properly classified to show that they belong in the S category. The other which was erroneously put there as a K category. So there's one set of exhibit numbers which doesn't properly classify this. But there's another set of exhibit numbers which properly classifies this within the context of the affidavit.
Yes, but I'm drawing your attention specifically to the exhibit numbers which the Commissioner of Oaths identified. That's what I'm drawing your attention to.
But this is what I've said, that those ones are not consistent with the S category. They are all K category.
So what the Commissioner of Oaths has identified, or what has been identified in that, is what is erroneous. That's what you're saying?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. The proper classification is actually an S category, yeah.
Now, I just want to ensure that we have a correct recollection of what you said happened in connection with the Commissioner of Oaths process. I just want to have a correct recollection so that we have no doubt about what your testimony today is. According to you, this deposition of your affidavit took more than 1 day. You recall?
Yes, probably a couple of days, yeah.
Again, let's try to be clear. Could it have taken 4 days?
I think it was a couple of days.
So certainly in your recollection, it was not 3 days or 4 days?
I don't think so, no.
But
we had 5 days to do about 500,000 documents. And so it was very hectic. We put it together, but in the last couple of days, that's when we were really ready to sign off. Yeah.
The last couple of days. So one of the days could have been the day when you actually filed, or the day before?
I think the day when we probably actually filed.
That could have been one of the days.
Could have been one of the days, yeah.
And the day before could have been the other?
Could have been, yeah.
The day before?
Could have been.
Now, and so we are talking now about the 7th of April, when you, is that correct? I want to be clear.
Well, it could have been. This is what I'm saying. I don't have exact date recollection.
Yes, but it's easier if you relate it to the date of filing, you see, because this, again, I'm going to show you, is actually quite important. Are you recalling that the date of filing was one of those days?
I could have been. I cannot be 100% sure. Could have been.
But it certainly wasn't the day after the court order, because we need to narrow down the period. It wasn't the day after the court order.
Which court order?
The court order on April 2nd requiring an affidavit to be filed by the petitioners by the 7th of April. It couldn't have been the day after.
I don't think so.
It couldn't have been the 3rd. And I mean, you need to help to understand exactly what took place. So try and recollect accurately. Your likelihood of the 7th, the day the exhibit was filed, and the day before, which is the 6th, that is, in your recollection, the likely period for deposing to the affidavit, is it not? Those are the likely dates. And I wish you would not be listening to what is being said from the other side.
It could be in the days leading to actually when we filed. As I said, it was very hectic. 500,000 documents, trying to get them all stamped and signed and all of that. We deposed the affidavit towards the end of this process.
But in any case, if anybody told this court that you swore to the affidavit and had the exhibits attached in the course of one day, he would not be telling the truth to this court. If anybody said that.
In the course of one day?
Yeah, that it all happened on one day. That would not be the truth.
Well, in terms of swearing the affidavit, that was on one day. I mean, that in terms of attaching, as you know, these were not a single document that you can attach to an affidavit. It was 11,842 pink sheets. So that is what we attached to the affidavit, but not physically.
I'm saying to you, and you still haven't answered me, if anybody said to this court that you deposed to the affidavit includes obviously your exhibits. Yeah. All that you did was on one day.
Speculative questions. We've sat down here, we've heard it one after the other. If anybody said this, if anybody said this. Nobody has testified. He's the only one who has testified. If counsel has run out of questions, he should do the honorable thing.
My Lord, it's obvious that my learned friend is not very experienced in relation to cross-examination because my Lord, it is perfectly obvious because my Lord, this way of putting a question, if anybody told the court such and such, he would not be telling the truth. This is a very normal way of cross-examining, and I think it's strange that he finds something wrong with that. It's a perfectly honorable. The fact that nobody has told this court that doesn't mean that I'm not entitled to say if anybody told the court. And my Lord, I think it's obvious to anybody who is pursuing my cross-examination where I'm heading. It's obvious. Well, maybe not to him. The question, if anybody...
No. My following of what has happened is that following from a series of questions on this matter, the question you are pressing on him can be taken to have been answered. Because he is saying that this involved a number of days. You've tried to pin him to particular days. He says, well, the range is within a certain range. So he's not he's not saying that he did this on one day. It is quite clear from the foregoing questions and answers. So maybe
my Lord, so let me put the question this way. If any of those who you said was present, any of your non-legal team who was present, if any of them...
My Lord, We're still on the same speculative questions. And he's answered these questions anyway. I don't know why my learned friend is looking for a particular answer, which is not coming. So let's move on.
But this last question was inchoate. And so it's difficult to assess the objection.
My Lord, it started on the same speculative note. If
but we
anybody.
Cannot cut a question short before hearing him out. It's when the question is fleshed out. Then we know its color and its effect. And
Very well. Yeah. We will sit down and wait for him.
Yes. Yes.
So if any of the non-legal team that you mentioned who were there, if any of them were to testify in this court or anywhere else that the debate, the deposition of your affidavit and the exhibits that were part of your affidavit were done on one day, they would not be telling the truth.
We're objecting. It's speculative. Nobody has testified in this court or anywhere else. This is the first witness. He has testified in this court, giving his evidence in chief. You should cross-examine him on his evidence in chief.
Well, I think he's doing that, but my problem with it is that as far as speculation is concerned, there's some amount of it is permissible, like somewhat as far as so if somebody were to come and say this, that you said this, would it be right? I mean, these things do happen within a certain permissible range. But this particular question, I don't think is new from what has really transpired. So, to that extent, I will uphold the objection on this particular because it's repetitive.
I'm most grateful, my Lord.
Yes.
My lords, I will tender the list of exhibits in respect of that, and then I will proceed with my questions in respect of what happened at the House in respect of the depot. I'll tender the list and then I'll proceed.
My lords, we have no objection.
I don't know if I've been gagged in respect of the no objection, so otherwise we have no objection.
My lords.
Exhibit NBC 21.
Number of exhibits which a few of the sheets. Or is that another law? Now, Dr. Baumia, look at the Commissioner for Oaths stamp. In respect of each single exhibit that you have attached to your affidavit, the date is the 5th of April. Is that true? In respect of each single attachment, each single exhibit attached to your exhibit, the date is 5th of April 2013. Is that date accurate?
That is correct, yeah. That is a correct one.
And it is correct in respect of each of them?
I think so. I think that's when they were stamping.
Now, have a look at this. By the way, are you able to confirm that your polling agents certified each of the results in each of those pink sheets?
Yes, to the extent that our polling agents signed, they attested to the information on the pink sheets.
And you're able to confirm also that there was no protest?
There was no protest by any agent on the face of the pink sheet.
Now, have a look at this exhibit MBB 2044, Mampong State Hall. Have a look at that. MBB 2044. Now, are you able to confirm that exhibit is not on the list, but are you able to confirm that the exhibit number at the top is not the same as the exhibit number in the Commissioner for Oaths stamp?
I think the top is MBB 2044, and in the stamp is MBP 2044. So one is a B, the other is a P. So in that respect, they are not exactly the same.
So the two exhibit numbers are different, and you're saying that MBB 2044 is a different category from MBK 77, is it 9 or 1? I can't remember. Can you read what's in the stamp?
Oh, no, what's in the stamp is MBP 2044.
MBP 2044.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what polling station is that?
This is Mampong State Hall.
Now, I'm suggesting to you that in your affidavit, there is no MBB 2044. In your affidavit, there's no MBB 2044. There's no such exhibit number in your
Yes, I think it should be MBP, but not MBB. That is correct.
Now, so Dr. Baumia, in this case, you are disowning what is in the stamp of the Commissioner for Oaths. I'm sorry, you're disowning what is at the top, and you're saying that what is in the stamp of the Commissioner for Oaths is accurate. That's what you're saying. In this case.
It looks, as in the previous case, if you relate it to the further and better particulars, you know exactly where it falls.
You see, in the previous case, you said what's in the stamp of the Commissioner was in error. And you said what's at the top is what is consistent with the further and better particulars.
Yes.
In this case, you're saying that what is in the Commissioner of Oaths stamp is what is consistent with the further and better particulars, and what is at the top is somehow in error. That's what you're saying.
It's MBB 2044 versus MBP 2044. But as you have rightly pointed out, we don't have an MBB in the exhibit, so in the affidavit. So it's clearly MBP that should be the operative one.
So there's a clear error on the face of your exhibit. Would you agree that there is a clear error?
Yeah, if there's a discrepancy, but if you have the further and better particulars, you should know exactly where to go.
Now, have a look at this exhibit, which at the top is numbered MBS 309. The 0 is not very clear. There's a stamp somewhere, which makes it not very clear, but it reads like MBS 309. Have a look at that. And confirm, please, that the exhibit number at the top is not the exhibit number indicated in the stamp of the Commissioner of Oaths.
That's correct.
And also, you will agree that the exhibit number within the stamp of the Commissioner of Oaths, Exhibit 779, does not exist within your affidavit categories.
This is part of, what you have presented
Does
before.
it exist or does it not
No, it
exist?
doesn't.
It does not exist.
No signature, and rather it was initially classified as no signature and overvoting, but it's purely no signature. So it has been correctly classified as MBS.
It is certainly not correctly classified in the stamp of the Commissioner for Oaths.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. There's a discrepancy between the Commissioner of Oaths stamp and this one. Yeah, I agree.
Very well. Now, can you confirm also in respect of these polling stations that your polling agents were present and signed?
Yes, there are signatures for our polling agents.
And that there is no indication of a protest as regards the votes declared?
There's no indication of a protest from any agent about the votes declared, just that the presiding officer did not sign.
Now, Dr. Baumi, according to your affidavit, you had 24, according to you, distinct and mutually exclusive categories.
Yes, my lord.
And from what you've indicated to this court in respect of these particular polling sheets, if a particular allegation is no longer being, is abandoned, I think your word is abandoned. If a particular allegation is abandoned under one category, of course it affects its place within the exhibits that you have tendered to this court, does it not?
Yes, it could.
It could affect. It could. Because as you said, in respect of these last ones, for instance, an exhibit which would have been MBP would no longer be, an exhibit which would have been MBK, for instance, would no longer be MBK, but it would only be, say, MBS.
No, it was mislabeled, so it just moved to its proper category. It's not been, in terms of the analysis, we haven't moved the category. It's just the labeling that has moved from K to S.
Yes, but I'm saying that if you abandoned a particular claim that you had put, your categories, as I understand them, involved exclusive categories, say, of BVD. Then in some cases it's BVD plus overvoting plus something else. Then in some cases it's another 3 lots and so on and so forth. So what I'm saying to you is that if you abandon, say, one within a category that has 3, according to you, irregularities, violations, malpractices, and whatever else, if you abandon one of those, then the category shifts, does it not?
Yes, it will change the categorization, yeah.
So it is actually quite material to know what is the right exhibit category. It's material.
It is.
Yes. Now, I want us to go to one of the categories which you have relied on significantly, and that is the category that you refer to as overvoting. The category of overvoting. And I'd like just to Now, I'd like to take you through a couple of your exhibits in respect of this category of overvoting that you allege. And I'd like you to look at exhibit MBJ 90, Apostolic Church, Mayanka. Apostolic Church, Mayanka. I understand it's Mayanka. Now, I'm suggesting to you that there's no overvoting in this polling station.
The J category has overvoting, duplicate serial numbers as well, I think.
I'm talking about overvoting, Dr. Baumia.
I'm just trying to. Yeah, that is true. I do not find overvoting on this form.
You do not find overvoting on that form, but that is included in paragraph 50 of your affidavit, which refers to 196 polling stations where instances of combined constitutional and statutory violations, malpractices, and irregularities in the nature of overvoting, same serial numbers on pink sheets with different results, and 3, absence of signatures of the presiding officers. So that overvoting allegation is in error, is it not?
Well, for this particular pink sheet, yes, but I want to see if we are still actually relying on this particular sheet.
Okay. And if it is in error, that particular polling station cannot properly fit within that category in your allegations. Is that not also correct?
That's correct.
That is correct. Now, can you read the polling station name? I'm sorry, I read the polling station name, the code of that particular thing. It doesn't fit within the category in paragraph 50. Now, just read the polling station code.
I think it's G 181202A.
And can you also confirm that your polling agents were at that polling station and certified the results at that polling station?
Yes, there are signatures for MPP agents who certified or attested to the information on the pink sheet.
But once you use the right word, certified. Now,
in error.
Now, actually, it's becoming difficult to tell the errors from what we could rely on in truth. Now, can you also tell us what the tally of votes which was certified by your polling agents, what that tally was at that polling station?
The tally with the use of this duplicate serial number form: John Mahama 380, Henry Lati 2, Nana Akufo-Addo 183, Akwesi Ndom 1, Akwesi Adayo DK 1, Ayarega Hassan 2, Michael Abu Sakara Foster 1, Jacob Osei Yeboah 0.
And is it the case on that pink sheet that the exhibit number in the stamp of the commissioner is blank?
Yes, my lord.
It is blank. Now, have a look at this second, and we have to take them one by one because of variations before we do the bulk haulage. Now, exhibit MBE 205, MBE 205. And it's District Assembly Hall at Didome B, District Assembly Hall. And the code number there?
This is D07030B.
Now, can I just for a moment look at MBE? Now, again, this polling station is one in which you have made an allegation of overvoting, voting without biometric verification, and same serial numbers on pink sheets. This is a category that you've created for this polling station. Now, there's no overvoting in that polling station, I'm suggesting to you.
All I'm saying is that I'm not quite sure if we are still relying. We've deleted 704.
Can you check on this, on the face of this pink sheet, which was an attachment to your exhibits, whether there is an attachment to your affidavit, whether there is overvoting here?
No, I do not see overvoting here, and
You
I'm
do
not
not
sure.
see overvoting here.
I'm not
So-
sure we are still relying on it. We'll see.
So when in your affidavit, this is something you swore to on oath, when in your affidavit you alleged that at this polling station there was overvoting, you were not telling the truth.
Oh, I was. I believe that to be true. I'm not finding that here. At the time, I think we thought it was overvoting, but it's not. We are all perfectly willing to admit when it isn't, and we have deleted, as I said, at least 53 in this cut overvoting category since we came to court. There's no problem in admitting.
Now, we're dealing with affidavits here. You swore to an affidavit.
That you believed to be true at the time.
So, yes, so that's what I'm taking you on. It's your oath and your current testimony. That's what I'm taking you on. I'm not taking you outside your own affidavit. Now, this is Brekum, I think it's Brekum, no. I think it's rather Osekrom District Assembly. DA, Osekrom DA Primary. And the polling station code is F091703. My lord, the exhibit number is not very clear at the top here. In the Commissioner of Oath Stamp, it is MBK 512. MBK 512. What is at the top is not very clear to me, but FO 91703. FO 91703. Now, are you able to tell the exhibit number at the top?
It's not clear at the top. It's been photocopied.
It's not clear. But you can see what is in the Commissioner for Oath Stamp, can you not?
It's supposed to be MBK.
It's supposed to be, or it is?
Just reading it. MBK 572. I think this was one of those that was cancelled and replaced with MBS that we just
Let's
saw.
go a step at a time. MBK 572. That's what's in the Commissioner for Oath Stamp.
That's correct.
But you want to disown that now?
No, I'm just saying that this is the part of the bunch that you have brought where the MBK was cancelled and replaced with an MBS, because this is no signature of the presiding officer. That is what it is.
Yes, so that's why I said you want to disown what is in the Commissioner for Oath Stamp, do you?
But I had already said that there was a discrepancy between what was in the Commission of Oath Stamps and what was actually properly categorized as a situation of no vote, no signature of the presiding officer.
In this case,
overvoting and no signature.
In this case, in the affidavit that you swore, you alleged overvoting. I'm putting it to you that there's no overvoting in this case. There is no overvoting. I'm putting that to you.
But I'm just saying that
is there or is there not?
In
Please
the affidavit
answer.
that we swore, this is going into the S category, not the K category. And this is why it's an MBS. Okay? If you don't understand it, I'm explaining it. That this is supposed to be in the category of no signature. And that is where it is going.
Didn't you say that you couldn't see the exhibit number? Didn't you say that? Didn't you say that?
No, it's clear that you cannot see, but you've brought a range of others which are similar, where the K was, because the K is overvoting and no signature. And and the others were similar, that you cancelled the K and was replaced with the S. And this is very similar to what was the case. And I'm saying that this is being categorized as no signature.
You see, we see that exhibit stamp, and it makes reference to the K series. And the K series, you indicate, is in the nature of overvoting and absence of signatures. But I take it that now, what you're asking the court to accept is that there is no overvoting in this particular polling station. So that...
That's what I'm saying. It's been classified as no signature. It hasn't been classified as overvoting and no signature. It's been classified, I think, as an S.
Even though the Commissioner of Oath Stamp says it's MBK.
Yes, my lord. As I said, initially it was classified as MBK. It has subsequently been cancelled. But the change wasn't made in the Commissioner of Oath Stamp. But in terms of our treatment of it, it is correctly no signature.
Now, we will come to the category of no signature as well. We will come to the category of serial numbers and all that. But I want us to go on in this series of allegations about overvoting. And I will show you now you do confirm, do you not, that there was a polling agent of your party in that polling station?
There's a signature for a polling agent.
And that no protest is indicated on that polling sheet?
No protest is indicated on the face of the pink sheet.
Now, what were the votes cast as certified on that sheet?
The votes cast following the violation: NDC, John Mahama 81, Henry Latte 0, Nana Akufo-Addo 63, Pakwesi Ndum 0, Akwesi Odike 0, Ayarga Hassan 1, Michael Abu Sakara Foster 0, Jacob Osei Yeboah 1.
And on this next sheet, Exhibit MBH 748, Exhibit MBH 748. This is GP primary PRIM, Mafi Dugama. Yeah. Polling station code DO 70202, MBH 748. This is where, according to you, there are irregularities, statutory and constitutional violations, malpractices in the nature of overvoting and the same serial number. I'm suggesting to you that there is no overvoting on that exhibit at that polling station. There's no overvoting.
That seems correct, my lords.
And so when you deposed in your affidavit to this being one of the cases of overvoting, you were not telling the truth.
I believe so. I believe it to be true, my lords. But as I said, I'm not even sure if this is still part of what we are relying on at the moment. So we'll have to look at the whole list to see.
Can you confirm on that exhibit that you had a polling agent of the NPP signing and certifying?
Yes, there's a polling agent signature for the NPP.
Attesting your word.
You are getting it finally.
Yes. Now, can you attest that your polling agents did not make any protest?
Yes, there are no protests on the face of the pink sheet from any polling agent.
And are you also able to indicate to us the votes that were tallied at that polling station?
Following the malpractice of duplicate serial numbers, John Mahama had 400, Henry Latte 0, Nana Akufo-Addo 42, Pakwesi Ndum 3, Akwesi Odike 0, Ayarga Hassan 0, Michael Abu Sakara Foster 0, Jacob Osei Yeboah 0.
Now, on that sheet also, as you can see, there is nothing in the stamp identifying that exhibit.
That's correct, my lords.
Have a look at this exhibit MBC 121. MBC 121. And please read out the name of the polling station
This is HNC C43. HNCH 63/3 junction.
I'm
House
suggesting
number,
Yes,
I
sorry.
think
Go
HN is house number C463/3 into brackets 3 junction. And the polling station code is C100-507.
I'm suggesting to you that there's no overvoting there.
I would say that there is overvoting here.
On what basis again?
On the basis that the polling station voters register is empty. And so you cannot decide, you cannot accurately tell. This is the best way to hide overvoting, to leave it blank. And so we are classifying it as overvoting.
So this is an example of your blank means zero.
In the context of overvoting, yes.
And at that polling station, as you can see, your polling agent signed
Yes, it appears so.
the pink sheet. There was no sign of any protest by the polling agent.
No.
And the results, as indicated, as declared,
Well, the overvoting resulted in John Mahama 106, Nana Akufo-Addo 95, Akwesi Ndum 1, Akwesi Odike 0, Ayariga Hassan 0, Michael Abuk Sakara Foster 1, Jacob Osei Yabua 0.
now we have exhibit MBH 765. And the first name I'm not able to read, but it's a primary school A, and there's a polling station code J070604, J070604. I think the name starts W, probably WINWINO or something like that. I'm suggesting to you there's no overvoting there.
I agree with you, but as I said, I'm not still sure if this is part of our overvoting category, since we've deleted
now
so many.
This is deposed to in paragraph 49 of your affidavit, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And you swore to this court that there was overvoting at that polling station. You now say it is not true.
Yeah, on further looking at the numbers again, it isn't the case. Yeah,
it is not.
But
true.
I don't even know if that has not been already dropped, since we've looked at these numbers again and we've deleted 704 out of the 11,842. So this may already not be part of what we are relying on for overvoting.
The categorization that you have in paragraph 49 would obviously change once you have to shift things out of that categorization, would it not?
Yes, it will.
It would. Now, have a look at Exhibit MBX2. It is L/A primary school, primary spelled PRIM dot, school SCH dot, Mami Krobo East A, Mami Krobo East A. And the polling station code is E261001. I'm suggesting to you that there's no overvoting. Would you agree with me that there's no overvoting in that polling station?
Yes, I will.
And so when you deposed in your affidavit at paragraph 3, when you deposed to this polling station being a polling station where there is an instance of overvoting, that is not true.
As I look at it now, it isn't true. And this is what I'm saying, that I'm not even sure if this is still part of what we are relying on.
Now clearly,
yes, it will.
If now, in respect of that polling station, Exhibit MBK 19 is our next one. The polling station is Zawse Primary, ZAWSE. Now, the polling station code is J101401. Can you please confirm that there's no overvoting in this? I'm sorry. I think I read the polling station code wrong. Is that right? J10. Okay, let him finish. I'll check the polling station code. The remaining ones on this list. And in each case, what I'm putting to you is that there is no overvoting, and you can tell me where you disagree or where you agree, and we'll take it from there. We have a list that is numbered up to 64, and there will be a few deleted from that list. But it's numbered up to 64. I think it's best that as you take them one by one, you tell us what your position is one by one, so we don't have to wait for you to go through everything.
At this polling station, Presby Primary, I do not see overvoting.
Polling station, Presby Primary.
Yes, I do not see overvoting. G250401 is the polling station code. 401.
And this was one of the polling stations in respect of which you stated in paragraph 49 of your affidavit that one of the irregularities was in the nature of overvoting. Is that correct?
That's correct. If you look at the tally for the CPP, in words it is 0, in figures it is 1. The same for the independent. If you took the figures alone, it would be...
Are you going to change your mind about whether there's overvoting or not? I think we can move on because there's a lot of things. But fair enough.
I can see why it was classified as an overvoting situation, because if you add the figures together, then you will see overvoting. If you add the figures, if you look at only the words, you will not see overvoting. That's what I'm saying. Right?
And you deposed to that in your affidavit as an instance of overvoting, did you not?
Yes, it is very
That is not true.
Oh, actually, if you add the figures, it is very true. You have overvoting. If you add the figures, it's very true. I'm just looking at the words and saying, if you look at the words, they don't give you overvoting. But if you add the figures, it's actually quite a clear case of overvoting.
Dr. Baumia, it shouldn't be so difficult for you to admit very simple things. Is this polling station still a case of overvoting according to you?
Well, as I just said, I would not find it as overvoting, but I can see why it was classified as overvoting, because
nobody else swore the affidavit except you.
Yes.
You swore the affidavit.
Absolutely.
And in that affidavit, you made a claim of overvoting. That claim is not true. Just admit it.
No.
Shouldn't be so
that
difficult
claim
for
is
you
actually quite true if you add the numbers up, Council. If you add the numbers up, it is a case of overvoting. Very clear. So we can classify it as a case of overvoting. If that is what you want.
Now, yes, so in that's the Presby Primary School, correct?
Correct.
Well, yes, and you say it is no overvoting, but it is also overvoting. So we have heard both answers. Now we are on DA Primary, Ahomasu. I suggest to you there's no overvoting there.
I agree with you. There's only a no signature infraction. The 6 looks like a 1, but I think it's a 6, 426. You know.
And the exhibit number there is MBK 612. Is it not?
Yeah, it's one of those that has been cancelled. The K has been cancelled. This again, as I said before, is a no signature category, not no signature and overvoting. So we have properly categorized it as a no signature, not an overvoting category.
Now, you swore in your affidavit at paragraph 51, did you not, that this was one polling station where the instances of combined constitutional and statutory violations and malpractices were in the nature of 1, overvoting, and 2, absence of signatures of the presiding officers or their assistants on the pink sheets. You now say that it is not true that there was overvoting there.
This is how, as I said, we cancelled the K category. This is an S category. This is what...
Can you answer my question simply?
But this is what I'm saying. This is classified as no signature exclusively. And so what you have in the Commissioners of Oath stamp was not properly corrected.
By whom?
By the Commission of Oaths, I suppose. But it wasn't... I mean, the proper labeling for this category is no signature. And this is what we have it on the form.
So this is not a case of overvoting. Now let's go to...
No, that's not how we've classified it, my lord.
Let's go to the LA Primary School. Is that the one we just did?
We did DA Primary School.
Yes. Now, I think the next one is the LA Primary School.
That's not the next one in my list.
It's not the next one in your... do you have Samuel Chrome?
Yes,
Samuel
I do.
Chrome.
I do.
Okay, let's deal with Samuel Chrome. So I...
Yes, it is a case of overvoting.
And the reason?
That if you add up the numbers, the total votes in the ballot box will be 387, and the ballots issued will be 386.
Now, if you... Now, the number that is in C1 is 386.
Yes. Yes, my lord.
Okay. And that is the number of ballots issued to voters on the polling station register.
Yes, my lords.
Now, in this case, what you're saying is that the total votes stated here is 386, but you're saying that the arithmetic is not properly done. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I'm saying that if you add 206 to 1
I
to 166.
understand. That's why I said you're saying that arithmetic, even though the number stated at the bottom is 386, which is the same number, you're saying that the addition has not been done correctly.
Yes, thank you.
And that when you do that the addition, you're saying that it should be 387.
Yes, my lord.
And you're claiming that based on that, it is more than the voters to whom there was the issue of ballot papers. That's your claim.
Yes, my lord.
Now, you see, in that, as well as in some other exhibits that I will show you, it is clear that a number was lifted from one section to another, and arithmetic errors have indeed occurred, but a number was lifted from one part of the additional, the total votes to the C1.
The C1 is supposed to be filled before counting commences.
Yes.
So if you are lifting a number to C1, it means you are really engaging in a malpractice.
Well,
that is what it is.
Dr. Baumia, are you saying that if a portion of the pink sheet was not filled at a certain time, it becomes a malpractice on the basis of which you annul votes? Is that part of your case now?
I'm just saying that lifting, your analogy or your rationalization of lifting from the bottom to the top, cannot really hold water, because what is in C1 is what is in C1.
Yes.
What is filled below is what is filled below.
Yes, I can see that. And so what I'm asking you is it part of your case that everywhere, if we have evidence that a presiding officer did not fill a part of the form at the time when it is indicated it should have been filled, but therefore the vote should be nullified? Is that
you and I were not there, counsel. We don't know when the presiding officers filled the forms. We can only tell whether there is overvoting or not.
You see, Dr. Baumia, I just want to be clear about the basis on which you want us all to proceed. If we find that in any particular polling station, for whatever reason, something that should have happened at a certain time did not happen, is it part of your case that for that reason?
We cannot know when something, all we know is that C1 is supposed to be filled before counting commences. All I'm saying is that information was provided for C1 and information was also provided for the total numbers that each candidate got. I'm not going to speculate as to what happened at the polling
I'm not asking you to speculate. I'm not asking you to speculate. What I'm asking you to clarify is that you keep mentioning the fact that yes, a portion of the pink sheet needed to be signed at a certain time.
Needed to be filled in.
Yes, it needed to be filled in at a certain time, either before ballots commenced and so on, either before voting commenced or at the time it ended. That is what you're saying. And I'm asking you, is it part of your case that if there is a filling in at a wrong time, that should annul the votes? Is it part of your...
No, our case is quite simple. If there is overvoting, that should be annulled. If there's voting without biometric verification, they should be annulled. If there's no signature of the presiding officer, they should be annulled. If there is a duplicate serial number used, it should be annulled. Our case is quite simple.
Now, Dr. Baumia, I'm not a great arithmetician, but I ask you to check those numbers again.
Yeah, 387.
Can we go step by step?
Yes, please.
206.
Plus 1, plus 166, plus 1,
yes,
plus 1, plus 2, plus 1.
Yeah, isn't that 377?
No, 378. 206 plus 1, plus 166, plus 1, plus 1, plus 2, plus 1.
Well, we have, we have, yes, we have, I think this is a situation in which I would suggest that we go maybe as we were taught in the days when there were no calculators. Can we do that? Can we just do that? Just help me do that, because in the days when we didn't have, there's 1 at the bottom, right? 1, 2, 1. Those are the small numbers.
1, 2, 1, 1. Yeah, 1, 2, 1, 1.
Now, there's 1 here, 2 here, 1 here, right? Now, this is getting ridiculous. Now, there is no 1 in that box. Dr. Baumia, let's be honest about it. There's no 1 in that box.
That's your assessment. I see a 1 there.
And there are no words. No, Dr. Baumia, look at it. There are no words.
But that is not unusual, that there will be no words. It's not unusual.
You see, Dr. Baumia, let's be honest with each other. For goodness sake, let's be honest with each other. There's no 1.
You don't see a 1, I see a 1. So.
My lords, I would like, with respect for your lordship, just to review that, because this kind of behavior is quite disturbing. It's quite disturbing. There's no 1 there. There is no 1 either in number or in word, and the witness is seeing things that don't exist. And I know that your lordship will see it, but I think at this point it is important to draw your attention to what is happening in this case.
Evidence gathering. So, yes. At best, you put it to him what the situation is. We take the answer and leave it. When it comes to addresses,
very well. Very well. Very well. Yes, now, if we take the next one that you have, which I believe is, I'm sorry.
I'm not sure that we've got the import of what you were making there.
Very well, very well. Yeah. Dr. Bami, I'm suggesting to you that there was no overvoting in that polling station.
There was.
And I'm suggesting to you further that your claim to see the number 1 in the column, and Melody, if I get the exhibit number, I would like to refer to the column. Your claim to see that the column.
Time. I wish to inform you that we've entered the 4 o'clock category. So you'll have to mop up this.
My lords, I need to ask whether this is an exclusive category or whether it is combined with other potential violations.
So that unfortunately you can't cross-examine.
My lords, my lords, I think that since we're in the middle of the list, I will indicate where we are on the list, and then we can continue. Or maybe if we could take the list is a list of 64. And we are at 17. My lords, respectfully, there may be 2 options, but I think neither will probably work. I was going to say that at this point we could have him go through, but very likely it will take some time as well, as we found in other cases. So I think we'll just take 1 or 2 more, and if it's convenient for the court for us to get answers. If we can get to 21, perhaps. Can I please have the sheet so I can finish my question?
Yes, okay. You can give him the list, and then we'll see whether he can finish it up.
Very well. Very well.
But your question...
Yes, my question is still inchoate.
Yes, yes.
So I'm just getting the pink sheet so that I can make it coate. I'm suggesting to you that you're seeing 1, as you claim you do, against Akwesi Adai ODK. You're seeing 1 in that column is a figment of your imagination.
I do not agree.
And I'm putting it further to you that if you look at the column in words, it is clear that there is not a figure 1. If you look at the column,
there's no word there.
There is no word there.
But we've seen many pink sheets without that.
And I'm suggesting to you that this is another unfortunate example of your not being willing to admit the obvious, Dr. Baumia.
I disagree with you.
Now, if we take the next lot, we will ask you to go through them. That is continuing on the list from the one that we've got to, and then we can get through
for the primary health care. I do not see any overvoting.
And that is exhibit
MBK 45.
MBK 45.
Yeah, it's a case of no signature. It's not
Now,
a case of overvoting.
And in relation to that, in paragraph 51 of your affidavit, you swore that this was a polling station where there was overvoting. You recall that?
Well, this is what I'm saying, that a lot
You
of the
recall
MBKs...
that or you don't recall that?
Yes, but I'm just
You
saying that a
recall
lot
that?
of the MBKs were erroneously filled and replaced with MBS. And this has been the case. And as you've seen, most of the MBKs were cancelled and replaced with MBS. So I'm quite sure that we are dealing with this as a no signature category, not overvoting and no signature.
What you stated in your affidavit is not true.
It is quite true.
As far as overvoting is concerned.
It is quite true. You have a category. I didn't specify this particular exhibit, but I'm just saying that a lot of the MBKs were filled in error. They were cancelled and replaced with MBS. This is an MBS. It's a case of exclusive no signature. And that is what we would be using it as.
What is in the, don't put it away so quickly, what's in the stamp column?
Yeah, the stamp, as we talked before, MBK 45.
So the Commissioner for Oaths, where the Commissioner for Oaths identifies the exhibit, it says MBK 45.
Yes, my lord.
And in your affidavit, in paragraph 51, you say there were 71 polling stations where instances of combined constitutional and statutory violations and malpractices in the nature of 1, overvoting, and 2, absence of signatures of presiding officers occurred. Attached herewith and marked as exhibits MBK 1 to MBK 70 are photocopies of pink sheets. Is that correct?
That's correct, but this was not properly classified. This is MBS, not MBK.
And your polling agents were there and signed.
Yes, there's an MPP polling agent signature, but there's no presiding officer signature.
And the votes in that polling station were declared as indicated on that sheet, were they not?
They were declared as indicated on that sheet, but without the presiding officer signature. They were not certified, to use your word.
You know, whether they were certified or not will be determined by the court.
Oh, but you've been determining it all along.
Your legal understanding, frankly, is very poor. But I do not wish to engage you in that. All I'm putting to you is the language of your favorite CI 75. In CI 75, the language is the language of certify. That's why I've kept using the correct legal language. And if you choose to use the wrong legal language, that's up to you.
I'm just saying that presiding officer did not certify.
There's no provision for gratuitous conversation. So, go straight, yes.
Now, and your polling agents did not indicate any protest in respect of the results declared.
There's no protest on the face of the pink sheets from any polling agent.
And the next one is Exhibit
MBH 521, LA Primary, Adeakura. LA Primary School, Adai Akura. Adai Akura.
Maybe you can spell it.
LA ADDAEAKURAA.
And would you read the polling station code, please?
The polling station code is E252601. E252601.
And I'm suggesting to you there's no overvoting there, unless again you see some numbers which don't exist.
No, I do not see overvoting.
And what is that exhibit number?
MBH 521.
So it's not part of the MBK series.
No, it isn't. But as I said, we've
And
deleted...
in paragraph 49, which deals with this, paragraph 49 of your affidavit, you state that there were 882 polling stations where instances of combined constitutional and statutory violations, malpractices, and irregularities in the nature of overvoting and the same serial numbers occurred. You now say that that is not true.
Well, I believe that to be true. Since that affidavit, we have deleted 704 polling stations from the 11,842.
And if that is not true, this category is going to be affected.
Yeah, if it is part of this category, then it will be, you'll have fewer in that category.
That is right. So in that polling station, whilst your affidavit tried to annul the votes on grounds of overvoting, you are now restricting yourself to a category that we shall come to later. You are now restricting yourself.
We are now relying on 11,138 polling stations.
You are now restricting yourself. I'm talking about your paragraph 49. You are now restricting yourself to an allegation about the same serial number on pink sheets with different results. That's what you are now restricting yourself to.
Yeah, I mean, if
that
if that is the only one left. I mean, I don't know if this has been deleted totally or it's still there. We'll find out.
Now, the next is exhibit What exhibit is that? Before you start calculating, can you call out the exhibit?
MBH 145, MB-H 145.
MB-H.
We're under the impression that you are going to deal with the rest
in bulk.
Yes, that's the impression.
Very well. Very well. I think we can do that. I mean, I just thought also that because of the numbers, sometimes it takes him a while. So I thought we should get an answer per, because otherwise we're going to have a series of answers about 45.
Yeah, it's got them. If it's the same point, then you can relate them to the whole.
Very well. Very well. Very well.
If it's the same point, unless there are different points.
Yes, so would you check now in respect of the remaining polling stations and confirm that there is no overvoting in the other polling stations?
Well, I'll take them list? One by one. I can't. I don't see overvoting at this polling station.
I think it's simpler if you just mention the number on the list and then you just go on. The number on the list.
You just go through them. Where there's no overvoting, just put them down. Where there is overvoting, you indicate.
Okay.
And it goes.
My lords, I would respectfully make a suggestion. It looks like we could be here another 20 minutes or so, but I would respectfully say that since the list gets to a certain point, he should tell us where he's got to at this point and what he has set aside to contest at this point, and then maybe we take it up tomorrow.
Okay, kindly just lift up the residue and see. Yeah. Plenty.
About 70.
17. 17.
I mean, my lord, if those 17, I mean, the list is clear. If those 17 are held at the point where he's got to, we'll just,
okay.
The courts can even have custody of our list and our, and if the court wishes, then we'll take it up from the number that he's got to at the moment. I mean, this is just an attempt to, avoid being laborious.
Yeah, so, all right, can we have your interim report on what? Yes.
Yes, my lords, I've got these exhibits here that I've looked at so far. I've only found about 3 that we will contest, but the remainder that I've put here, there is no overvoting there.
And perhaps you can indicate the next one that is coming up on the list and the number that it has on the list.
The palace.
The palace.
I suppose the numbering of the pile is dealt with by him as listed.
Indeed.
That is so why. If you indicate the one that, okay, take the uncontested list, and if you look at the first and the last, then we record that as no overvoting. Then we proceed with the rest tomorrow. Yeah. And the rest, yes.
The last one I've looked at is KGB RC JHS East, which is number 46 on the list.
Yes. So that means you've dealt with 1 to 46.
Yes, but there are 3.
No. I mean, we are dealing with the uncontested lot. That 1 to 46 is uncontested.
But
the 3 came from there.
Part of that.
But you know the numbers.
Perhaps you can just read the first one.
Yes, okay.
Number 34. Yes, ma'am. Yes, my lord. Number 34. Number 28. And number 21.
Okay. I do not think that the list that the witness has been tendered, so it is not yet in evidence. So we do not know what the numbers relate to, because it's not in evidence.
But
copy of the list. It is clear we are going to tender it, and this is just for the convenience of everybody. We are making
If
reference.
you have the list, it's just calling them as they stand on the list. He's saying that these are the contested numbers.
I'm saying this for your sake. You don't have the list. So when you write number this, number that, it is for your record that I'm talking about.
Oh, no, we are okay. We are all right. Thank you. So,
and also for the proceedings, which is recording numbers without indicating which exhibit those numbers are coming from.
You say?
I'm saying also for the proceedings, for the record.
Yes.
Because these numbers being called does not relate to any exhibit. As of now, it's not been tendered, so it will be difficult to assess it from the record.
The list, I understand what, unless this list is different, the numbers stand to the indicated exhibit numbers. It's not just serial 1, 2, otherwise that will be meaningless. These exhibit numbers are normally indicated against the list.
My Lord, what I'm suggesting is that this list should be tendered now, so we know it is exhibit so and so. Yes. I'm saying that it should be tendered now, so we'll know what exhibit it is.
The only reason we are not tendering it now is that we have to deal with those that he's now contesting, for it to be clear whether those are things that we're going to delete or those are things that remain. But we can tender it now as is, and then, I thought the process that we had been going through earlier was quite efficient, namely that we go through the lot, he confirms, and then the list goes in. So that is rather more efficient. But in this case, we are now going to go through what he's contesting, and we will determine if we want to delete it and whatever, we can do that. But at this point, we have not gone into that yet. And perhaps an alternative is that I ask him to identify the list, we give it an identification number, and we proceed. If we want to be very formal about that process, we can have... Yes, No, he can. Because I am giving it to him for my cross-examination, he can identify it as a list that I am using. There's no problem with that. In the same way as we're tendering lists through him, we can have him identify something as a document.
You see, all right, this particular listing, tendering needn't be one way through the witness box. It can be by consent. And it comes.
Well, I've been running the pink sheet listing. What we have agreed is that every list that is tendered is undisputed. That's why we have had to cancel items, so that it will be a deviation if the list is tendered without those cancellations having been agreed upon. And it means we won't have to go back to the records. But what we have agreed was that the list that we bring here would have been sanitized, and that the details on those lists would have been accepted by both sides, which is what has been the practice. So if when we tender it now and then there's dispute about the content, it's a bit of a deviation.
Okay, yes.
So that's not understanding at all, that the list they are tendering are undisputed. That is the case they are making. That doesn't mean we don't dispute some of these polling stations that are on the list. It is their case. It doesn't mean there's undisputed because we are allowing these lists to go in. They are contested.
Yes, but...
My Lord, we're trying to solve a simple problem. We're trying to solve a simple problem as regards using the list to identify where we are at.
Yes.
In the cross-examination. And I believe that it is clear. He has identified where he's got to, number 40, up to 46. And my lords, if the record is clear about that, I think we can proceed.
And those he called out, those he's contesting within the 46.
Within the 46, that's
yeah, so what's the problem? There's no problem. This is what I put on record. Numbers 34, 28, and 21 out of the 46 I have examined are in contention. Or at this stage, okay, but those uncontested, but the numbers are already there anyway, so there will be no, once the numbers are specified, there's no issue. And I suppose these ones, you can deliver them to the custody of the registrar, not as exhibits, but as by way of interim preservation against tomorrow.
Or you want us to leave? We're happy to do whatever is convenient for the court. We can leave everything in the custody.
You can leave everything.
That's fine.
So that
Can they separate?
no issues
Can they
arise.
separate those
The
examined?
three should be put separate. And
And let's have this one.
yes. But it appears we've got to a stage where the reverse of the bar issuing practice notes to us and we comply, but when we issue, not complied with. You arrest our sitting in order to go through, but when we say come at 8:30 to 9:30 and do that exercise, you ignore us. You did.
What happened was that because your lordship directed that we should do one composite list,
Yes,
we had a very long...
Yeah, the 183.
Yes, that's why. So we came early, we started. If we're doing it in lots, we would have come, but because it's a longer list, it took a much longer time to... So your orders were not...
Okay. So maybe the lot system, 183 is bulk all right, but maybe the same thing, you can give them in batches of 50 or something like that, and it goes faster. All right. Okay, so adjourn to tomorrow, 7th. Yes.
My Lord, during the break,
yes,
there were some outstanding sheets as a result of which we were asked not to interact with the witness.
Yes.
I'm wondering whether we are allowed to interact with in spite of the fact that there are outstanding sheets to be determined.
May I save my learned friend the agony? We have no problem with them interacting as much as they like with the witness.
No, but I don't see how this arises, because when we close, things are at large, isn't it? So I don't see that.
So after all, we can interact with our witness whether there are outstanding sheets or not, isn't it? We cannot interact with it.
Okay. Yeah, it says no objection. All right. So tomorrow, adjourn to 7th May 2013 for continuation at 9:30 a.m. The observed practice note to continue. The observance of it and to be enhanced if possible. At 9:30 a.m. Okay. Sorry, I have to sign it.